ping Discord. I don't think I pinged Discord. I've not had real money in years, only fake number on screen money. Yeah, one thing I've been trying to think about actually is actually putting... I know it's like annoying and tiresome, but I actually think it's a good idea to maybe spread some of your money if you have money. Put $5 in one bank account, then put another $5 in a different bank account, because I feel like relying on one bank account might not be the smartest thing to do. It's like putting all your eggs in one basket. Is it still normal to put cash in the mattress? Yeah, if you want that money to fucking die out due to inflation. Yeah, sure. You might as well just burn the money. You might as well just burn it if you're gonna leave that shit under a mattress for 20, 30 years. My number on screen money go up every so often. You know, every 2 weeks or every month. And then it go down, and then it go a little bit up, and then it go down, and then it go down, down, and then, car bill, up, down, down. Gotta repair the engine, uh-oh, down, down. Phone screen broke, uh-oh, down. I get paid in 2 days, Pog. Oh, dude, hell yeah. What you getting? Pizza? Payday pizza. We're so in. Hold on, let me check if the YouTube stream's live. Checking. I'm in. I have min-maxed my bills. I only pay $1,000 a month. I'm stupid with my money, so don't even... I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I ordered DoorDash. That just goes to show how stupid I am. Get a sound. Legit, one time I was ordering bubble tea and I was like, I bought 2 drinks and it came down to like 30 bucks. And I was like, wait, I'm paying $15 per drink right now. Am I really going to do this? It was good. My bank account, not so much, but it was good. Reminds me of this crimmage of the day. What is it? Describe the image to me. Bubble tea's pretty good though. Pretty pog though. Yeah, but like, is it $15 worth of pog? Is it $15 worth of pog? Bubble tea is a scam, literally just milk tea. The tea costs literally nothing to them. The boba is probably the biggest blunt of the costs. But even then, they just buy that shit in bulk, and they just make it in bulk, so it's fine for them. And somehow they still fuck up the boba at certain places. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Is that literally like, you could make the shittiest boba and people will still buy it. All you need is a brand and market it. It's just like Crumble with their cookies. $675 rent for 2-bed house? Wait. House or apartment? Because that's kind of fucking crazy. House? Northern UK is great. Hey, I'm going to say something really ignorant. Wouldn't Northern UK be Ireland? Scotland. Sorry. Right. Think you're gonna get stabbed by a British person? Listen, they can stab me, but it won't hurt. What really hurts is how much I'm paying for rent for a 1.5 bedroom apartment. I'm already being stabbed, motherfucker. Who cares? You can't stab me. I've already been stabbed by the economy. Honestly, when you look at a map of the UK, realistically, the north is actually the middle. Stop talking. What the fuck are you saying? Is actually the middle. Stop. Listen, you're confusing me. Listen, I'm already ignorant enough. How the fuck am I supposed to process this information? Do you think a Canadian can move to Scotland? What's the process for getting a visa? What's the tax rate over there? What's the income tax rate? You don't need one? Just get on a boat? But that's... It's not easy to move to Scotland? I've checked. Damn. It'll be all. Is it one of those countries where you could pay like 500k to just get a free green card or whatever? All I need is $500,000. A small loan of a $500,000. It'll be all. Once again, I'm asking you, have you checked out the physics constraint stuff I sent you? I haven't, y'all. I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I know you spent a lot of time on that. Where am I at? Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at it because I've been busy with so many other things with the game. I just haven't been too worried about the physics stuff yet. But it seems like I did take a look at it. Like I noticed you did this, the constraint reference positionings. So is the constraint reference? Yeah, you put that in the tick. Interesting. Yeah, I did take a look at it, like to see how you went about doing it. Set constraint components, right? So that's what I was doing. The numbers are a bit weird, like your max force is 9999999999904.0. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. Because the thing is once I try to convert this whole system to that thing, then I have to replicate it and everything is going to be... But I did take a look at it, just briefly to see what kind of things you were doing with it. Always create physics state. Interesting. Group trip to Scotland. Scotland would be pretty... I feel like it's a pretty place. Like, very pretty, right? Like, that area is very pretty. Very picturesque and whatnot. I think the only problem is it can get pretty cold and it rains a lot, right? A big shot. I know some people in Scotland. Yeah, Scotty. Does Scotty live in Scotland? Land of Scott. Good freak. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know that he's in Scotland right now. Everywhere he goes is Scotland. No, Sheffield, because I'm cooking. Ah, Sheffield. Wait, is that why they called it Chef Field? Is because... Never mind. Don't answer that question. Is there a dev field? Game dev field. Game dev land. Devland. Developer. Deviland. Yes, developer land. Silicon Valley. I'd rather not be near that from like 1,000-mile radius. That's where grifters go. Non-developers. I bet you the internet's probably fucking ass in Scotland, though, depending on where you are. Like, if you're really rural, I would imagine it gets pretty shit, the internet, right? Anyways. So what I imagine when I meet a person named Scott. What is this? Ow. Wait, is that? I did not realize who that was until I saw his face and like looked at it properly. I was like, wait a second. That's fucking Matt Damon. I legit did not realize that was a Matt Damon. I don't know. Oh god. Hey, Golden. Link, hello, hello, hello. Footlong icicle with the golden kappa. Where'd you get that one? You know, Mark? I followed your advice to learn UE by making a basic character controller and interaction system. What should I do next? Well, use the interaction system to make a bunch of stuff now. Learn how to do a small little inventory system, very basic. Right? And by doing that, you can learn a little bit about widgets. Then try to make like things where you could open doors. Maybe a thing where you can like open a chest and then items come out of the chest. Basically, the whole idea of an interaction system and using that as like a pathway to learn stuff is your whole idea is you go from a point where you're not comfortable and then you get a little bit comfortable with that and then you move a little bit further ahead. Crimson telling people to make stuff for his game is learning how to game it. No, I always just tell people to make interaction system. I got the laptop in the mail yesterday and it's running great, very cool and quiet, surprisingly. Hell yeah, dude. Golden, you told me that you got the Lenovo IOQ or whatever it was called, right? LOQ, COQ, the cock, it's one of those, right? Meanwhile, I've never made an interaction system. Twiggy, come on, come on, come on, get with the times, come on, come on. Lenovo LOQ. Ah, okay. I already did that a bunch of times. What now? Inventory system. You're a Bob. Me no interact, me only shoot. Twiggy, you're making the frog game, aren't you, Twiggy? Remind me. Everybody I get mixed up in my memory. No, that's me? Wait, that's Dev making the frog game? Okay, what's Twiggy making? Oh, Twiggy's the Biden blast, Dishonored teleport. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Sorry, guys. Sorry, my bad. That's embarrassing. Sorry. You remember my game? I'm sure if you were to remind me, Moon, if I've taken a look at it, it would cross my memory. But listen, you guys can't expect me to remember all this shit like to a T. I'm stupid. This is my game. Space auto shooter thingy called Orb Guard. Don't remember the name. Space auto shooter. I think I recognize someone's game where it's in space. I'm sure if you showed me a clip, I probably remember it. Anyways, is everybody working towards release? Come on. Come on. Everybody's fucking railing me about releasing my game. Or lazy dev, release your game. What about you guys? Huh? Let's see what you got. Let's see what. Yeah, man, like 6 months. All right. I'll be waiting. Put it on the calendar. My game is dropping this year for sure, 100%, no delay possible. Otherwise, I go homeless. So I gotta release this, otherwise I'm homeless. I need the money. I really need the money. Reverse Uno from Krim. Everyone likes to what's the word when you feel a certain way, but then you start bashing someone else because of the way that you feel? Projection. You motherfuckers are projecting onto me. Anyways, let's work on the game. Golden released a game. Hell yeah, Golden. I'm like 2 months from even having my vertical slice done, but I'm a judge you anyway. Mods. Screw you, we're having a beta soon. Hell yeah, yeah. Hell yeah. You assume everyone's working on their own project? Everyone be working on something. Write a book. Work on a painting. Read a book. Reading a book is a project. Okay. What's next on the chopping block? What are we feeling today? We have to work on some voice lines for the intercom actor. We gotta work on a bunch of item interaction stuff. Yup. I also got a poll. We have a bunch of new assets. My partner made a bunch of stuff. We're going to review it real quick. It's gas time? No. We made our own buff/debuff system yesterday, and it works. Mostly. I think. For the most part. While I'm here, I might as well do a submit. Fixed nav links. Added status system initial system. 5 push-ups? Bro, hold on. Let me just... added moon phases. Submit. Krim, what's your trick to becoming obsessed? What do you mean? Obsessed with what? Getting yourself to work on the same thing every day in the same path, game dev? Money. I think, I don't know if it's because I'm in a privileged situation where like money hasn't become too big of a problem right now, even though money is a requirement for me to like buy a house. Money is not a motivator for me. I learned that by doing contract work, and I learned that money is definitely not a motivator for me. A motivator for me is very interesting projects that challenge me. Game is getting cloned before it even drops. Look up ship or burn. Uh-oh. Ship or burn. No! They got FlexX. Sponsored. What, they got curves in this fucker? I don't get it. What am I looking at? Is it like a zombie? Is it a zombie survival game? It's getting yourself to do the same thing over and over again. Just get lost in it. Just get lost in it. Don't even think about the end result. Like, obviously have an end result, but just get lost in it, man. Stop overthinking it. Just say, I want to make this. Make it. Stop overthinking the idea too much. I've been stuck on generating vertices in Godot for a while now. I have a cube so far. Holy shit, he's done it. A whole cube. I feel they need to make a whole ass plan before actually making a game. There's either one of two things going on there, Freak. One of two things. One is either you actually just really like the planning stage of game development and not the rest of game development, which then means maybe you're just a designer or just someone who likes to do that stage of development. Or two, you're too scared to go into the next stage because you're worried that you might not be able to accomplish the thing that you want to accomplish based off of the plan for the game. So the second one, yeah, I think that's just it's just a leap of faith. You got to just say whatever comes out. Fuck it, you know. That came out to that ended up being the thing for Sue for Hire. Yeah, I didn't end up doing a great job with the levels, but I learned a lot, and I'm sure I could come back to the drawing board and have a better experience with it then. But it really just takes a big leap of faith, and it took me a really long time to get to that point. Like, don't get me wrong, the game took 5 years in early access, and it's because I just kept kind of delaying doing level design because it just felt like such a slog. Spent all day trying to figure out why my river solver works, but I keep seeing no terrain mesh deformation subdivision. Turns out the chunk loader is binning off the submissions and only loading the cache basic terrain mesh. How do you find out these things, Fist? Like, how do you, what's the debugging process for that in like a custom engine? Are you like previewing stuff at its basic form? Do you have like ways of previewing it all? I found most people love the idea of a game rather than the exact details of what a game is. I think it's similar to reading a book versus watching a movie. When you read a book, you see the perfect optimal way in your brain you envision the thing, but then once you see it in action, it's never going to really be the way that you pictured it in your head, like 99% of the time. You see stuff in your brain. I'm not like, I don't have picture memory, photo memory, but I can picture things. Like if I could picture a banana, banana, you know, like I can picture like simple shapes and whatnot of things. That's why I think over planning is actually detrimental for you, because you're going to over plan something and then you're going to start implementing the thing. It's not going to go to plan. That's why I think iteration is such a huge thing for game development, because like you kind of just gotta go with the flow of what you're able to do. Can you picture this? A cat's legs going. Yeah, I can picture that, I think. If Crim finishes, I finish. It's like if Crim finishes, I finish. It's like I can't think of the word. You know what? Maybe it's best that I don't think of the word, actually. Never mind. I need something that turns me on. Have you tried pornography? Just kidding. Everything feels meh to me. I find it hard to stick with anything. Why do you feel like it's meh? Like, what's the part that feels meh to you? That's something that I feel like you just have to kind of like look internally. It's like, what makes it feel meh? Are you writing code that you know that you can write and doesn't challenge your brain to like come across it? Is that something you care for? You know, like you just gotta like look at that, look at yourself and think like, what is the problem? Are you thinking too much about what the result is rather than the process of it? We need the black couch back. That shit's gone, man. Who knows where that's at? Someone might have taken it. Who knows? I like vibe coding. Just don't have anything I need to vibe code. Yeah, I focus a lot on the result. Do you know how I know that you focus a lot on the result? Because you vibe code. People that like the process, I feel like, are. I don't know, man. I don't know what you want to do. But I think it's about treating yourself like an adult and, you know, coming to terms with yourself. Like, what is it that you want to do? This is the debug view showing only the 50 meters word scale. River Solver only showing the baked dirt river base as opposed to the editor version, which doesn't use chunk loading, showing its mental rivers. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's like a spline. It does look a bit like a... Actually, yeah, it is a spline. Huh. Dude, that's cool, man. That's cool. Crimmage of the day, that was a fun endeavor. I think maybe what you need then, Sound, is something that has a very small scope that you can complete very quickly. 2-week project. Max. 2 weeks. If you got a cut scope, every 3 days you look at the scope, you're like, okay, this is a little too much. Let me start cutting a few things and then just make the thing. No, don't make it related to me, man. Do something for you, you know? Release an app or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know what people do in that market. Listen, I'm only in the game development market. I don't know how to do anything else. If computers were to explode, I'd die. If technology somehow disappeared, I'd be fucked. Okay. So there's a few things we could do today. We could do the intercom. The intercom. The little voice lines that appear at specific health integrities. Add guests to the project. I don't think we need this anymore. Goodbye. Fuck you. I made my own gas. I made my own gas. Talked about a good strategy in this video. How to become a really good game developer in under a year. All right, let's see what he's got to say.
So to start off, if you don't have any programming experience, you want to watch 1 or 2 tutorials a day for 2 to 3 months.
Damn, he went straight into it.
That will give you a good foundation of technical.
And 5 million people just clicked off the video already.
Here's a game that I made after 3 months with no background programming experience. I just watched 1 or 2 tutorials a day. I recommend Brackeys. He's who I watched. He makes pretty good tutorials. So now you've done that, it's time to start making games. So first off, you want to make a game in 1 hour. So like just something really simple, make a platformer, 1 level, you just jump onto some platforms, touch a door, and it says you win, right? Really quick, really simple, use public domain assets, sound effects, music, art, whatever, just go on to opengameart.org or something and just pull some stuff.
Do you have to get the Hawaiian necklace and shirt made from your mom's curtains and make a game in a year? It helps.
2 days. So for this, you want to look and see how much was I able to get done in that 1 hour? How much spare time do I have over these next 2 days? So looking at how much I got done in that hour, applying that to my spare time, I should be able to get this much done. So I'll plan accordingly.
Listen, man, I don't know. My, for the longest time, what I did in the beginning to learn a lot of programming and stuff is I just made shit. Just make systems. The problem with that is, of course, you don't learn game design by doing that. You just learn how to program stuff, right? But I feel like that's, I don't know. I feel like you're going to have to do that anyways.
I'll make a game that's still...
I think what he's saying is good for the basis of game, like learning from a game design perspective.
Simple, but with this much content or this, this much more, maybe make a top-down shooter with like 2 levels or something, just really basic and simple. Then after you've done that, again, expand, make a game in a week. Then doing the same thing, looking back how much you were able to get done in the 2 days. Then make a game in 2 weeks. And then once you've done that, made pretty big game, go back and
make a game in 10 years. Ah, yes, the Jay Blinsky way.
So you're going to make a total of 8 games, really small, simple games, gradually getting more difficult.
At least he's not telling people how to make a good game in under a year. We would all be cooked if we revealed those secrets.
And this will get you really efficient at using your tools and really efficient with your technical knowledge. You'll improve a lot during this time. And
yeah, see, the wording is important. How to become a really good game developer in under a year, not how to release a successful game in under a year.
Also give you a really good sense of what you're capable of doing. But most importantly, this is going to get you really good at finishing games, which is a really good skill to have. Like, you need this.
So basically 1 hour, 1 day, 2 days, a week, 2 weeks, and repeat. Yeah, I never did that, really. That whole, like, thing of making small games, like really, really small games and making a bunch of them.
So now you made 8 small games or so. Now it's time to start working on your game design abilities. So what you want to do for this is...
Hang on, successful is a different thing from good game. Makes you really think. Makes you really think. Maybe all it takes is making something really fun and a product that actually, like, matters than making something that necessarily... Like, would I say Suit for Hire is good? It lacks some levels of quality. Don't get me wrong. But it's fun, right? I think it's still, at its root, tries to, get down at the basis of what video game is.
Series of 8 small games, preferably in under a week on each one of them. And you're just going to get an idea for a game. Simple mechanic.
Anyways, yeah, watch that video. That's a good video. I like some of the subjects you're talking about. It's definitely stuff that I didn't do. I mostly just focus on learning how to build systems, learn programming. I learned things in stages. So I learned art. I learned a lot of modeling stuff. I learned hard surface. I learned like the high poly to low poly workflow. I learned all that stuff. And then I started going into like a lot more programming stuff. That kind of thing. Like I ended up kind of like splitting up a lot of my game development stages into different parts. And that was really something that really helped me, at least for me, to get across things. But yeah. Grim, send help. I need help. Twiggy, are you okay? What happened? Get up, Alec. Discord? The hell happened? Help me? Overwrite files? I added the asset to my project. It says overwrite files. Something with the same name and press yes and then it fails. Files from Space Nebula Skyboxes already exist in the project. Do you want to replace them? Some of the files could not be copied to the project. It says some of the files. Check, I think this button is always going to show add to project, by the way. Check your project. Does the project have the files? You just watch Sebastian Leg and then realize you're dumber than him and never tried water simulation? It's not really on the basis of I'm dumber than him. I'm just fascinated by what he's able to do. But the thing is, I don't care for trying. Because I know that's just not the kind of thing I want to do as a game developer. How to make an actually good tutorial? It's a tutorial on making a tutorial. Oh, that's the funniest shit ever, dude. Oh, it's so fucking funny, dude. Steam marketing expert on how to find success in 2026. Farm the farmers. Yeah. The best trick is to give shovels to the people that are going to give shovels. You gotta go to the root. You know, they're going to be handing out shovels. You hand out the shovels to the people that hand out the shovels. B2B, baby. All right, let's get to work. What do you guys say? Cool idea? Good idea. I think so. What are we doing today, though? Boss? What do we... make a shovel? We have a shovel. Oh, I gotta implement all the new items. Let's check them out real quick first. See if everything is all good. So, banana peeled. Is banana peeled okay now? Banana has banana. Banana. We have the chalice. Okay, we might have to work a little bit on the normal map. But I fuck with the chalice. I fuck with the chalice. The coffee grinder. Coffee grinder looks good. However, some of the UVs are a little bit stretched. Actually, there is a bit of a problem in terms of... she even rotated the thing a little bit. Very good. Look at that. Textile density is a bit off for the coffee grinder. Okay. Is that my coffee grinder though? You know what's really funny? My parents actually have this kind of old one. But yeah. Where does one get a GF that models? My partner did not know how to do any modeling 5 months ago. No modeling, no texturing experience, none of that. None of it. Okay, I think we can maybe improve some of the height map stuff there, but I fuck with it. I love the crown. We needed some like rare items and some other goofy items. Okay, old boot. Old boot is good. Pocket watch. All right. Okay. I think it would be cool to maybe make this modeled, but we'll see. That crown is too good. She used AI. I helped her with some of the stuff here. So like during this, I taught her how to do radial arrays. Also taught her to like reduce some of the triangle count and a bunch of stuff. It's still 3.5K, but that's okay. We could always just add some LEDs to it anyways. Helped her a little bit with some of this stuff. So I still help her out from time to time. She did most of the texturing on this stuff herself though. So in Substance Painter. We got the power tool. I haven't checked this one out yet. The idea of the power tool is it will instantly repair things without having to do the task. How did she UV unwrap that mess of a crown? There's some texel densities that are a bit off. I might have to see what's going on there. Yeah, some texel densities are a bit off, but that's okay. People who can make games, make games. Those that can't, don't. Wise words. Wise words. Wise words. Do I use a drawing pad with Substance Painter? Not really, no. Smart UV project? No, I think this is... She's still learning how to do marked seams and stuff, so... You know, she's getting there. Okay, so... Chalice, banana. We gotta put in the coffee grinder, the pocket watch. Crown, boot. Oh, the typewriter. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's a bit of colors that are off there, but that's okay. I didn't realize it's so confusing. How did you even learn this stuff? I fucking crushed my balls until I figured it out. You just gotta get in there, man. Just gotta get in there. Get in the thick of it. Get in the thick of it. Stop thinking and just get in there and get in the thick of it. All right? Typewriter gotta be dense and heavy. I think this will be an item that you don't put in your inventory. What's up with the weird warping on the material? Could be some UVs, some little UV errors here and there. Like here we have some little painting errors here on the front bit. This is for the friend slot project? Yeah. Let's see how it looks in the scene. I don't know about the metallic. Don't know about the metallic. This is painted, so it wouldn't be metallic. Let me write that down. Okay, let's see how the power tool looks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very fitting, very fitting. Okay, next up, pocket watch. Ooh, okay, all right, okay, all right. Look, liking the gold. I think the hand and stuff in here, maybe this is LOD like 1 or LOD 2, LOD 1 plus, and then LOD 0. It'd be cool to maybe actually make this rotating. That could be kind of sick. Do I have any thoughts on Alex Hormozzi? I don't really... Listen, if people find that those kind of individuals helps them get through life, that's cool. For me, though, I don't really give a fuck. I don't really... For me personally, I don't really care about individuals like that. Banana! Oh my god, the banana's peak. The banana's fucking peak. Oh, the banana's peak. Oh, I can't wait until people slip on that. I can't. Yes, man. Yes, dude. Banana. Do we not have the banana emote? Yo, all right, hold on. We need banana. Banana. It's the spinning banana emote. Oh wait, maybe we do have it. It's just not in all caps. Wait, no. There is a one with all caps. Where is the full caps banana emote? Where is it? That banana needs to be a skeletal mesh so the peels dangle? Okay, relax. Okay, relax. Fucking, Tim Sweeney. I was trying to look for a different name. I couldn't think of the name. I love 7TV. I randomly search a banana and there's a banana with a condom on it. That's good. That's good. Really good. I'm looking for not dog shit emotes. It's literally just a spinning banana from DK64. Can someone please help me out here? This is the worst fucking section. Get me... Animated? I just want to find banana, exactly banana, as in with all caps banana. I literally just want a banana in all caps. No, not floppy. I don't... I found it, but I have to rename it. Wait, how many banana emotes do we... What the fuck is that? No, go to my emotes. What the hell? I hate 7TV. Wait, is that the one? No, not that banana. No, not that banana. That's in lowercase banana. No, I don't like that banana. I found the right banana. Listen, that's a static banana. Who the fuck wants a static banana non-emoted Rickroll? Mods. Crim's bottoms up. When did I drink beer on the stream? I never drink beer on the stream. Or is that piss? Which I've never... Never mind. Okay, hold on. I have a banana. It's a good banana. I just have to rename it. Okay. All right. There we go. Banana. Yes, man. We're in. All right. Okay, let's start adding these items in the game. So the idea with the banana is you can eat it for health, but then the problem is that you drop a banana peel on the floor. So you get the banana, but then you drop it on the floor. And that could be dangerous. Or exactly as intended. Either or. Who knows? You had a Bluetooth? Did I finish my coffee? Oh no, I did. Today's a bad day. Today is a horrible day. Today is a horrible day. How you doing? Doing good, I think. We're adding some more items to the item spawn. So let's make a quick little notepad here. So we have banana. We've got chalice. We've got beach ball. Got to put that in the game too now. Coffee grinder. We've got king crown. We also got the old boot, the pocket watch, the power tool, the rubber ducky. Wait, rubber chicken, sorry. We got the typewriter, and I think we have... No, that's it. That still is quite a bit of... We're adding quite a few items to the item pool now, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 items. Huge. I fell in love with C++. I saw this wonderful expression. Right. Right. That's really good, man. It's really good. Looks like Braille. That sucks. So what does that give you? You can see Braille? Yeah, technically. Technically you can, right? In theory, because it's there. Couldn't you, in theory, if you learn Braille, but you know, can still see, couldn't you, in theory, technically just translate Braille? Crim's next game, my eyes, where he just turns the sun on and off every 15 seconds. That's a cool idea for a game, though, Fist. Every 15 seconds, the lights turn off, and you only have those time to do things, or you have to memorize where shit is. Grim, do you think people that need Braille are the ones writing the Braille? I don't know. I'm sure some of them can write Braille. Right? I don't know. That's not a C++ problem. The issue is between the chair and the keyboard on that one. I have an insane idea for a game. All right, hit us. Or hit you, yeah. The chalice. The chalice. The chalice. Sure, fuck it. Not the right sound effect, though. Wheelchair gets mad. There's no ramps to go into stores, so you go on a rampage with guns in a wheelchair. There's already a game like that. I'm sure, probably. There's a game where you're in an office chair and you literally just shoot a shotgun around. Does anybody know which game I'm talking about? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Why did I steal Yandere Dev's drinking device? Does Yandere Dev still do stuff? You shoot to propel yourself around? I think I remember, yeah, you use your shotgun to like propel yourself around. All right, next up we need banana. I gotta make a tool for this because having to duplicate all these items and then doing it like manually, kind of ass. Kinda ass. I could definitely easily make a tool for this. No man standing. Okay, this is becoming a little ridiculous, guys. This joke is getting a little out of hand. Can you, let's be real. It's getting a little out of hand. You guys know exactly. This is getting a little, it's getting a little crazy. Are we getting a holy hand grenade and train slop? That's a great idea. We could do that. A grenade. You need the sovereign inventory tool. That shit was awesome. I remember him making a tool like that. Yeah. I do remember. I do. We'll give the beach ball the basketball sound just to really confuse everyone. Next up, coffee grinder. Now, why does the game have a coffee grinder? I don't know. Maybe there's a task to find a coffee grinder. Who knows? Get extra money if you find a coffee grinder. To make coffee, isn't there a caffeinated buff? There is. There was an idea at one point where we would have a bunch of items to make like a full coffee. You would need a coffee cup and then the coffee and then a coffee grinder. And then you would need a coffee machine. And then you could make the whole process to make a coffee. Which we still could do that. We could still very much do that. If we're crazy. What is this, Factorio? Yes. Yes. Yeah. To drink and move 2% faster? Nah, man, it's for the Steam achievement. Sounds cool, but the coffee has to be OP. It would 100% be like some OP fucking item. You can see monsters through walls, but then the only thing is you crash. So you have to keep drinking the fucking coffee. So we have the crown, we have the coffee card. Next is old boot. Old boot. There are so many sound effects we're gonna need for all of these item sounds. Next up, Pocket Watch. My partner has been, for the most part, single-handedly been the one creating the item pool for this game. So when you play this game, if anybody does, she's the one that made mostly everything. And then the rubber chicken. Item equipable actor rubber chicken. Generic. Default generic. Did she make the coolest pickupable? The rat? I made the rat. I made the rat. Have you ever made / would you ever go back to a 2D game? I never made a 2D game. I don't know if I would. I think if I were to make a game in a 2D perspective, it would still be 3D. Someone used the emote in their channel? Why? 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 You should make rats sellable, and once you sell them, fresh kebab on stick becomes buyable. That could be kind of funny. Permanent food purchase. I do 100% think it would be super sick to have like meta progression in this game. Or not meta, like, but like permanent progression. You like gain certain items to unlock things at stations. I think would be super cool. I feel like that's an untapped element in friend slop games. And I feel like that's not like too video gamey. No, I wouldn't say it's like an RPG. Because realistically speaking, friends can completely not require that shit, right? What's the current gameplay loop? We don't talk about that right now, Henry, okay? We don't talk about that. There's certain things we don't talk about. Gameplay loop is one of them, okay? We're not there yet. It's still a little rocky, you know? We're still figuring it out. Still a couple pieces missing. It's like listen, you ever do a puzzle and then like this is the bounds of it, and you like have a bunch of shit over here, and then like you got a bunch of shit over here, and You got a bunch over here, but you're just looking for these edge pieces. We're just looking for the edge pieces right now that connects everything. We got pieces of good stuff. We just have to get it, you know, yeah. Power tool, rubber chicken, typewriter. Okay, next up, typewriter. Okay, now we got a bunch of new items spawning in the game. Why is this having an error suddenly? Oh, when I did the submit in Perforce, it reverted my shit back to where... Oh, fuck. Not again. Not again. Oh, not again. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever make a 2D game. I've always been interested in the idea of making a 2D game, but... Oh, no. So I think what I need to do is I need to get revision 5 for the door. And door interior, I need to get revision 2. I believe those are the two things I needed to do. Okay. Now let me double check if that works, and then what I'm going to do is we're going to make 5 the old revisions, the newest revisions. So then that way when I do my next submit, I don't break everything again. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. Okay. Okay. It's a Star Wars door. Hold on. Okay, I think it's fine. It's just that door that's bugged. It's because, Fist, I did a submit in Perforce, and what's really stupid is when you submit in Perforce, I guess it just grabs latest for some fucking... Oh, it's when I grabbed the latest, it reverted all... Okay. So what I need to do really quickly before I continue is we need to make those old versions the new versions. It's crazy how renaming things... So check out, don't get latest, submit these 2 items, get latest revision, must resolve number 6 before submitting. No. No. I want to get revision 5. Get revision. Okay, this is one of those moments where I fucking hate Perforce sometimes because I don't know how to... I don't remember how to do this. Re-resolve. Replace the copy of the file in your workspace with the version that is in the depot. Discarding your changes. Accept target. Leave target file unchanged. Accept the file that is in your workspace. Overwriting the version that is in the depot when you submit the file. Yes. Wait, what? Oh my god. I don't remember how to do this. So I need to right click them and then resolve. If I do get latest revision, it's just going to override it. And resolving it isn't doing anything. And getting latest is just getting latest. Five. Get revision 2. I don't remember how to do this. Get latest revision to set up or resolve. This will not override your copy of the file. But it does. Resolve isn't doing anything. Get latest revision. Okay, hold on. I gotta remember how to do this. Sorry. Garg. Perforce submit previous revision. Why does this need a full ass fucking paragraph, like 5 gajillion paragraphs for this shit, man? This should only be like a 1-minute thing, not 11-minute video. I can't even submit it because, oh wait, can I force a submit? I don't know. Resolve status resolved. To set up resolve, this will not override your current copy of the file, except it does when you click get latest. I hate this. I'm a 2D game artist attempting my first 3D. Didn't know if the intimidation was the same on the other side. I think it is just, I view 2D and I'm like, damn, that's crazy. So I really do think it is, I think one party looks at the other and is like, damn, that's impressive. And I think it's just the other party looks at it as well and is the exact same thing, right? So accept target, auto resolve. Okay, so I resolve it and it's still not doing it. You can use the built-in changes undo changes wizard. What the fuck is that? What the hell is that? Undo changes. Do I have to get latest to do that? Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Get latest. It does that. Then I submit it. And it's still... Okay, hold on. Maybe I can just undo changes, actions. I don't know why this is so hard right now. Oh, if you do undo changes, that undoes an entire... So let me try this. Check out the files. Then I'm going to get a revision. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I got to fix this because our doors are going to be broken. And then the next time I submit, I'm going to end up like redoing this mistake again. But resolving the files, for some reason, I can't resolve them. I have to re-resolve them, which is weird. I might have to do this with the CMD. Because I don't even know how to do this. Get latest revision to set up a resolve. This is fucking weird. .3D animation is so much easier to work with than sprite sheets. Yeah, that's one of the big things I feel like for me is just re-resolve previously resolved files. What? What? Hey, Woozy, how are we feeling? I'm trying to resolve some files in Perforce, but I can't even figure it out. It tells me to get latest revision to set up a resolve, but it doesn't even set up a resolve. And I can't even resolve. What the hell? Actions. Maybe I do have to get latest revision? No, that's stupid. Okay, so get latest revision. That just gets the latest fucking change list. Dude. What the hell? What broke to need to revise? The doors are broken because I re-pulled the newest, the latest version. And I'm trying to, I'm trying to get these files to go back to the original and make that the new change list, but I don't remember how to fucking do that. I don't remember how to do that. I can get the revision. It's called time travel. Do I slap past me in the fucking face for renaming the doors mesh, the door mesh? Submit older version files. I fucking hate this dude. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I gotta go to the restroom. This is making me gassy. I'll be right back. Hey, it's me. Sorry. How long did I take? Dude, I tried to look online on how to fucking revert this shit. Even trying to resolve the files, and I can't, well, I can't even hit the resolve button anymore. I can't even hit the resolve button anymore. So when I hit submit, it says out of date, get the latest revision to setup resolve. This will not override your copy of the file. Okay. So I click the two things, I hit get latest. Guess what it does? It just gets the latest and I can't resolve it. So now it's at the latest version. And now I could submit it, even though this isn't what I want. Let me try submitting it. And let's see if it actually like reverted. Hold on. What's the song called? The song is called Bromeliad? Bromeliad? Aaron Sharoff? Yep, the thing is still broken. God, I fucking hate Perforce sometimes. Okay, so now I gotta get an older revision. 5. And door interior 2. And then I wanna resolve these files. We're gonna check out the files. This is so ass. It's definitely not how you say that. Bromeliad. Bromeliad. Yes, man. Bromeliad. Bromeliad. It's a Minecraft song. Yeah. Yeah. Bless you. Thank you. How do I force submit something from Perforce? Like, just let me force submit it. I don't give a fuck about any, like, just let me submit it. I don't give a fuck about resolving any of this. I don't care. Where's your screen? I'm in Perforce right now, and I don't really want to show you guys all of the stuff in here. Merge/integrate files using submitted change list. Okay, maybe that's what I can do. So file, door. What? It's literally not even searching. It's literally not even using the search thing that I added, which is door. Submit out of date older version files. You must sync to the head revision. Right click the file and select get latest revision. Choose resolve. I hate this shit. So get latest revision doesn't work. Dude, I don't know why I can't just like force a submit. I might have to just open up the CMD and just force the submit without giving a fuck about merging. I don't know how to resolve it. Hold on, chat. Sorry. What the hell's going on? I'm having a brain fart moment, man. Because I've done reverts in the past without a problem. Oh, I'm looking at a post from 19 years ago. That's good. That's good. Ah, I see. Okay. So getting latest change list, even though the file is checked out, doesn't do what I want it to do. It just gets the latest. So if I get latest, now I can hit resolve. I could do re-resolve. I can do leave target file unchanged, accepts the file that is in your workspace, overriding the version that is in the depot when you submit the file. So accept target, auto resolve. Does that mean that it I bet you I'm going to open the engine again and it's still going to be broken? Because all I did was just get the latest anyways. I think this might be just an issue with CMD. Yep, it's still broken. I don't understand Perforce right now. Someone give him the commands. I think I'm going to have to use the commands. So then I can force these to be the old versions. Because... Okay, so resolve target, resolve width. So I want to do accept target. Auto resolve. But then I still can't submit it. Like resolving doesn't do anything. So I think I'm literally just gonna have to. Okay, so perforce force submit. I think it was -F. Okay, so I gotta open command window here. So P4. Wait, P4 resolve, but how do I resolve a specific number? Oh, fuck. How does P4 resolve specific change list? Oh, okay, so P4 resolve dash A Y dash C160. No files to resolve. I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna fucking explode. Oh. Oh. Okay, I submitted it. Let's see if that actually did it or not. I'm gonna go fucking crazy. I'm gonna go crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me open this fucker. Mitnick? Am I doing a mix of C++ and blueprints or just full blueprints? There's a little mix of C++, but it's, you know, mostly blueprint. Oh, hey, would you look at that? It is still failing to compile. And it didn't actually resolve anything. That's crazy that literally just changing the name of a mesh reverted everything that was modified. It would appear. So let's see. Check out the file. Then get revision 5. Check out the file. Get revision 2. Then I want to submit these files. Save. That's 161. Get latest revision to set up a resolve. This will not override your copy of the file. I love how it says it doesn't override your copy of the file, but it literally does override the copy of my file. Maybe I need to update my perforce. Maybe this shit's just fucking ass. Let's try the CMD one more time. It says nothing to resolve. What if I do P4? Okay. I tried again this time. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. If anything, I'm going to Perforce is great. What's happening? I'm trying to pull an old version of a file because something I messed up by renaming something and now everything's fucked. And I can't seem to submit the old version and make that the new version, right? So just a simple resolve process. I'm trying to do the resolve, accept target, and it doesn't seem to work. So I don't know what's going on. It's so funny when I'm using the command to do P4 submit, it's for some reason accepting the old version. What is the door considered as here? Is it number 5? Hashtag 5, I think. Where is it? I don't see the submit in here. Door. Where's door? Not showing the door in the submit. In fact, the submit, there was a submit called 158. Wait, there's no 158. It went from 157 to 159. Is the current remote version correct or wrong? It's wrong. So I want to pull an older version, a much older version. The server version is wrong currently. I don't even know if I'm pulling the right revision anymore. Hold on, let's see. 5. Is it 5 or is it 4? This one I know for certain is 2. This one might actually be 4. Hold on, let me double check. I might have just been pulling the wrong one. Am I using P4V? I am using P4V, but I'm also trying to use the CMD to try to figure this stuff out too. Okay, so number 5, revision 5 is the correct one. What happens if you do under revision in P4V? For some reason I can't. Oh, let's see here. Undo changes. Select this option to undo a range of changes made while maintaining subsequent changes that have been submitted since then, formerly called backout. Huh? Undo a single change while keeping subsequent changes. Undo all changes from a second point to the most recent version. Undo all changes beginning from the changes submitted before the revision specified above. The changes submitted before the revision specified above will become the head vision. Why did they gotta make that so confusing? Undo changes to depot file. Undo all changes beginning from five. So if I want to grab, so let's say the change list is at 9, but I want to bring it down back to 5. Can you guys help me out with the English here? Undo all changes from a selected point to the most recent version. Okay, it says undo all changes beginning from revision. Enter revision number, so that would be 5. And then right underneath it, it says a little subtext that says the changes submitted before the revision specified above will become the head revision. Dude, I don't know. That's so confusing. Yeah, I'm trying to do undo changes, which I guess is the undo thing. Hold on, let me see. There's a preview. Undo to head from 5. Undo to head from 5. Did my link not help? Let me see, Geo. I can't scroll up on my OBS. Man, what the? Why is everything so wrong today? Why is everything so wrong? See, reverting just means you revert back to the depot. That just means you revert back to the depot. We don't want to revert back to the depot. We want to change the version. Like, why is it that I can't just submit this, man? Why does it have to say, oh, you have to resolve this? I really don't understand why. I don't understand why you can't just let me submit this as the latest version. Why does it have to be out of date and you have to set up a resolve? I know it's for safety, but I don't want safety. Take off. Listen, I don't need the fucking training wheels, man. Just let me submit these files as is. just come on. No, it's not reverting. Would it have just been faster to remake the file you're trying to revert? Not really. You know what it might do? I might just do this off stream. So let's just continue working. I'll just make sure not to submit. Yeah. No, I just want to undo 2 files. Just want to undo 2 files. So when I hit submit on them, it says out of date, get latest revision to set up a resolve. This will not override your copy of the file. It does. It does overwrite the copy of the file, by the way. If I hit get latest, it's then going to go from hashtag 5 out of 9 back to hashtag 9 out of 9. Unless there's a different way of getting latest revision. So it gets, oh, wait, it has a question mark now. Wait, it has a question mark now. Oh my God, we're so in. Wait, hold on. Resolve. Okay. It didn't open a window. Wait, what? Wait, resolve. Resolve ... Okay. Hello? Hello? Oh, I have UE open. I'm stupid. I had Unreal open that entire time. And now the question mark disappeared. Leave target file unchanged, except the file that is in your workspace, overwriting the version that is in the depot when you submit the file. Okay, auto resolve. Wait, I don't think that worked. No. Can you do it via Unreal? That's the thing. Unreal doesn't really provide that much features in terms of like that sort of stuff. I tried to look though. Okay, let's see if it's fixed. I don't think it is. I did see the question marks though, but I don't think it was enough. Nope, it's broken again. Here's the problem. I'll show you guys in the engine. So we made the mistake of changing the name of a variable or a component to door mesh, which was originally cube. By changing that, we've changed all of the, because in some of the doors, you can't, for some reason, change this via blueprint, the constraints. So I had to go into the mesh itself, the actual component, and modify this. Because we changed the mesh name now, though, all of those values were reset back to default, which means every single level where I have like the position, like it's not that big of a deal, but it's just really fucking annoying that I got to go in and fix all that. Maybe we, maybe this is just a good opportunity to just somehow fix all of that, though. Maybe we make a, like, I don't know, is there a way to make a C++ function to like change that in runtime? Anyways, that resolve did not work. Let me try. I will try one more time. This is the last chance I'm trying this shit out. Check out the file, then get revision. Specify revision 5. Then check out door interior. Get revision. My mouse stopped working. Everything's going wrong today. What the hell? I'll stick to my version zip files. That doesn't sound like fun, man. Submit. Save. Out of date, get the latest revision to set up or resolve. Okay, so we click these two things. Get latest revision. I can't even resolve them. I think I have to do this one file at a time. Like, I think that's the only way I can do this is by doing this one file at a time. Getting latest revision doesn't show the I don't know what's going on. So submit, get latest revision to set up a resolve. It doesn't show the menu to resolve it. I'm going fucking crazy, man. I've done this before too, which is crazy. I don't remember how I did it though. It's just kind of pathetic that you can't just force a submit with an older version of a file. Like, get latest revision to set up a result. This will not override your copy of the file, except it does. The only time this worked was when I had UE opened. that's how it worked. I gotta have UE open so to fuck it all up. You need a Snickers bar? You know what? I might have a Reese's bar, whatever this is. You know what? I think I will. That's a good idea. Saturated fat and sugar will set me right up for success. Here's what AI is saying. The resolve menu does not automatically open when you get the latest revision because modern versions of P4V have an automatic safe resolve setting enabled by default. Are you babysitting me? Resolve option when syncing files, safe automatic resolve. I was thinking about that. We could reconcile the offline work. We could do that. Wait, hold on. I think I figured it out. Submit, get latest revision. Wait, it still fucking resolved it Manual. What the fuck? Did it save my setting? Hold on. Edit preferences. Where's that setting? It's in like edit preferences behavior. Sync and resolve. Maybe look for a purple/red question mark badge on your file icon. The thing that's weird is it's not showing me that. That's what's crazy. Like, I'll hit get latest revision on it. Let me try just one file at a time. Nope. It just gets the latest, and then I can't even resolve it. Is computer kill me? Death? Mm-hmm. Guh? I might just copy the old file and just... That's fucking lame, but hey, whatever. Fuck it. I don't even care. Show in Explorer. When will the stream start? This GitHub ad is getting too long. This isn't an ad. This is a reverse ad. Okay? This is this is the opposite of an ad. This is a go fuck yourself segment. This would be Perforce promo if it fucking worked, but it doesn't. So here's what I did. I pulled latest. Now it doesn't have an error. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over my new version into the file. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete it. And then I'm going to submit it. And it's going to work. Because... Submit. There. This is crazy. If this works... Well, it should. Because it's literally... I just copied the files and then put them in the thing. Like, it should work. But this is dumb. That's stupid. None of this revert shit. Just let me submit. It's still broken. Wait, how? Wait, how? Wait, hold on. Wait, how? It ended up renaming it. Wait, how? Wait, how did that happen? Wait, that's not right. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, I think something's not right here. Replace the files. Reopen. It still has the new version. My VPN is set to Canada, so I don't know what it's like to be Canadian. Look up Canada news on Google, and you'll see at the bottom, they block certain news from outside of Canada that don't pay Canada a tax or whatever. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's so cool. Okay, so let me try reverting this again. Get revision 5. Then get revision 2. I think we're just gonna... Oh, fuck it, man. Do I have the correct workspace specified? I do, yeah. I do. I do. Maya, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, hello. All right, we're just gonna stick with this. I'll figure this out off stream. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the waste of time. I thought it'd be an easy resolve. It's not. It was not. It was not an easy resolve. De-rusted the full game run? Are you casually pulled a 104? You're aiming for sub 1 hour, right? Maiamai, is that the goal? What game? Suit for Hire. What other game, Dev? What other game would it be? Super Mario 64? 90 stars run? Yeah, hope you had a good stream. We've been standing here for the past 20 minutes trying to figure out some shit. It was great. It was awesome. It was awesome. It was great. Silly me. No, it's fine. I'm just being an asshole. Don't you guys hate that shit when you're like you're genuinely asking a question for something and then someone clowns on you because you didn't like know what the answer was? They're like, you should know that. It's like, no, I shouldn't. No, actually, what is this song? Chat, help me out here. The hell is this? So we saw the typewriter. I want to see if we can find the crown. Huh? What do these items do? Well, this one, for example, blows you up. Most of the items don't do stuff yet. You kind of just sell them. Although I'm not seeing many item spawns around right now. Oh, the coffee grinder. It's kind of tiny. It's really tiny. We should probably make that larger. It is possible, just requires consistently playing a peak performance for an hour straight. So is 1 hour the like, that's like you're playing at the best performance possible and there's not really much better than that? It's getting into that region where it's like, all you're really doing is trying to scrape a few seconds by kind of thing? Or is it genuinely like you just can't make any mistakes at all? More or less, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so coffee grinder needs to be a little bit larger. When do I usually get started with art for my games? Depends, man. Sometimes I'll get like one little piece of art in at the very beginning. But generally, I've been trying to follow the philosophy of block out, block out, block out, block out. One last remark I'll make before I head off and make food. You've created a game with 0 downtime. It's both good and bad. Because I think the one big problem with Suit for Hire is it's really fun, but then you get fatigued very quickly. And there's no other, like, things that happen in between. Which can be, you know, good and bad in many ways. So, let's see. Spawn item. I want to spawn the chalice. Let's see what the chalice looks like. Okay, that looks fine. Maybe a little bit larger. Old boot. Old boot looking good. Did it work out? Are we out of Port Force jail? No, I still didn't figure it out. I'm stupid. Typewriter looks okay. We just need to take off the metallic value on it. Coffee grinder needs to be a little bit larger. A beach ball. Oh god, that's a big ball. That's a big ball. That'd be a big ball. State of flow lets you enter sometimes. I think it can be really fun for sure. But it can make the player fatigued quite quickly for sure. But hey, get yourself some food. Get yourself some food. Bon appetit. Okay. Almost every game is like that. To an extent, kind of. A lot of games will have, I think good games have like a flow of intensity and then downtime and then intensity and then downtime. Or different stages. And then it also has like a gameplay flow. So you're like doing different things. Whereas Suit for Hire is kind of just the same thing goes on. Which can be good, but it does create the monotonous feeling that some players might feel is a very big negative point for them, which is just you're shooting and punching dudes the entire time. Yeah. Okay, so beach ball. Oh, we haven't checked out the banana as well. Beach ball, I want to make it a little bit smaller. And then the other thing I want to do is change its collision real quick. Whoa. It's a weird cube. Okay, sphere. Cool. Good. I'm also going to go into the beach ball and we're going to give it the right physics material, which I believe is rubber. That will allow it to bounce. Are data assets the better approach than data tables for inventory? I've been leaning a lot more in the direction of data assets. Data tables for me, I feel like get really laggy at one point and very messy. But I used to really like data tables a lot more. I think data tables have their place though. I also feel like data assets I think are better for loading and unloading. Whereas the problem with data tables is I think the entire data table is loaded. Even if you're only getting one specific row, it still has to go through everything. Which could be problematic. So typewriter, we want to make it so you cannot carry it. Data assets are better for big teams too. Yes, yeah. So the thing is with a data table, only one person can have it checked out. That sucks balls. Data assets, you can have anybody adding items in, etc. Also, speaking of data assets, remember when I asked you about the combo system of data assets? I tried it and it worked. Hey, hell yeah. Yeah, so I think data assets are the way to go for the most part. It does get a little bit chaotic seeing all these items, but this is just the reality, I think, of game development. It's a lot of shit. There's shit everywhere. Okay, let's go back in here. So I need to double check a few things. Let's do spawn item banana. That's Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's not the right sound effect, but let's roll with it. Sure. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's make it a little bit larger. Something is in this banana. It might be the Terminator. I wonder if that updates. I think it does update in real time. So we got ourselves a banana. Might make it a little bit larger, actually. Let's make it 1.2. I'm curious. Does it actually change size? It is changing size. Look. Don't look at that. That's inappropriate. Chalice. Looks good. Could be a little bit larger. It is a rich item after all. Yes. The finest in the land. I think we can maybe up the roughness on the gems. I think we can do a little bit of stuff there. I'm like obsessed with organizing stuff like that. Beach ball. Don't worry, we'll change the sound effect to be more like a beach ball. Holy shit! Hey, catch! I actually kind of want to leave it in like that. It's just huge. Oh my god, what happened? Why is this so big? I think because we scaled it by 0.8. We're gonna have to give it a different sound effect though. Right now it's just the basketball sound. It is using, well, it's just a default object. I think what I would do is give it a little bit more, a little bit less gravity, so it floats a little bit more. And then, of course, different sound effects. You know, the sound effects are a huge part of all of this. So, holy shit, the king crown looks insane. Crown for a king. That looks great. I think that looks great. I think there's some stuff we can improve on the texture, but looks good. Looks like a king crown. That looks rare as fuck. Need some big ass gems. That could be good as items. Like diamonds and shit. Needs a glint particle effect? Oh, that could be crazy. That could be cool. I'm down to figure that out. If the players try to take the crown and bring it back to the train car, there should be a monster called the Mad King that spawns. So there's a price to trying to take the crown. The Mad King. Should have it so when the person wears the crown, a heavenly spotlight is above them at all times the crown is on. I think that could be great. That could be great. I was thinking about that. I was like, there should be a button to like equip it temporarily. But then the problem is like, oh, I guess we could figure it out. Crown is good. Coffee grinder. We need to make it slightly larger. let's see here. Coffee grinder. Here it is. 40% larger. I think that's good. Yeah. Banana's good. Wait, what does the banana look like when you have it in your hand? Banana. 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 Okay. Oh, pocket watch. I think that's a pretty good size. Maybe a little bit larger. Oh, the rubber chicken? Holy shit. Look at the... What a unit. What a unit. Pocket watch power tool. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, totally. Yeah, all good. All good. I think that's everything. Okay. Cool. All right. All right, all right. I think the rubber chicken might be a little too glossy. Motherfucker is glowing. I think it glows more than the crown. It might be glowing more. I think he needs more glow? Are you kidding me? Look at this motherfucker. All right, cool. We got a bunch more items in now. That chicken should be worth more than the crown. All right, well, at least we got that in. Perforce result. I don't want to look at. I don't even want to hear. I don't want to hear the word perforce anymore. I'm gonna have PTSD. I'm gonna go turn on the coffee machine. I'll be right back, and then we are gonna get started on. We can technically now work on the coffee cup item interaction. We can. We can now make it so we can actually get both of these in because we have the buff/debuff system. It's just on the basis of figuring out how do we give the player movement speed temporarily without breaking things. What buff/debuff system? Yesterday we did a quick little code for a status system, which would be our like buffs and debuffs. Very, very basic. Just adds the status to the player, which are just in the form of actors. So, so it's as stupid as it gets. When you get on fire, we just attach an actor to you, and that's what modifies things and then deals damage to you and shit like that. That's literally how it works. It's in the stupidest form. It's replicated because actors are replicated. It's using tags. So if you become wet suddenly, you would cancel the status. Yeah. 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 So, yeah, I do need to figure out how do we give movement speed buffs without causing any issues, because we do change the movement speed quite periodically with like sprinting and stuff like that. So gonna have to figure that out. Don't know how to do that. That's like attribute system stuff. Yeah. Yeah. When should I use data assets and when do I use default actor inheritance? What I do is a mix, Anvar. The data assets are just like, you could use them as like variants, I guess. So like, let's say you have an item pickup system, right? You need the items to have different like types of looks and names and stuff like that. The data actors are the data for each item. The actor is going to be basically what's reading from the data asset that you're assigning to it and then doing all this stuff. That's how I would kind of approach it. Now, that being said, some of my items do turn into like their own actors because some of them have like unique mechanics when they're on the floor and stuff. So like we do have some of that. Where is that actually? We have the items in here, but where's the actual things? Where is that actually? Is that not in items? Time to make a component. I don't know how to go about giving buffs and debuffs. It's going to be interesting. I don't know. Also, we're going to have to make sure that monsters can go on fire too. That's going to be step number 2. They should be able to. I don't think I put anything specific in the component that forces it to be a, like let's say status on fire, I think literally just deals damage to the owner. So anything can technically take damage with the damage type of fire. So yeah. One problem though, I understand now why gas does the whole attribute thing. Let's say something does take damage and it takes damage with fire. How do we, turn something into a crisp? Or if an object can disintegrate because of fire when it reaches 0 health, how do we determine that it's disintegrated into nothingness? That's going to be interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Anyways, let me go turn on my coffee machine and walk around a little bit. I'll be right back. Hey. Hey, howdy. Okay. We're gonna have to figure out this speed shit. I don't know how we're gonna do the speed issue. Giving a movement speed buff. How do we give a speed buff? If actor has tag speed buff, change speed. I guess we could do it. Okay, how does Gaz do that? I think they do it through effects, right? They're not technically abilities, they're gameplay effects, right? Yeah, what's really annoying is everything in here is being handled essentially by actors. So even something that is literally just a small speed buff is like already it's an actor when it really doesn't need to be, but it is, unfortunately. Let's see, UE5 gas buffs, speed buff. I'm curious if I search up speed buff. Just came in, what are you stuck on? I'm trying to think through how to create my own kind of attribute system, I guess, or like we have yesterday we kind of got it started on our own kind of buff and debuff system, which uses actors, which is a bit chaotic. Now I'm curious, okay, status on fire is easy, right? Because being on fire is kind of like a standalone thing in a way. It'll just deal damage to you, but the actor's dealing damage to you. But what happens when we have a buff that modifies your current attributes, like your movement speed? Ouch! Because we're not using the attribute set system. So I'd have to kind of make my own thing. It's a gameplay effect that applies change to the attribute usually with duration, so it aggregates to your current value. So that's going to be interesting. What I'll have to be very careful, because the reason why I'm thinking of it as being a little bit complicated is because when we start sprinting in the game, we are directly modifying the movement speed. Right? So anytime we set the movement speed, we have to do all of these calculations. Current value plus aggregated stacks. Okay. Huh, okay. What's a good way of doing that then? So anytime we set the movement speed, it would do a check of anything, any attributes, if it's plus or minus. What about multiplication? How do we determine if something needs to multiply the movement speed? How do we do a switch between multiply or addition? I'd keep a list of the buffs from like a buff struct and then apply that in the base player component. Yeah, the movement occurs in the general movement component, so I'd have to just figure out a way of like getting that to work properly here. Effects can have different types: add / multiply / override. So trying to picture how I should go about structuring this for my own system. And I also kind of want to picture how can I do this for other stuff too, not just struct value float, and then an enum, custom enum with Modifier type? Add, multiply, override? Then maybe also the gameplay tag so that we could associate that struct with whatever buff that it currently is. So then that way we can easily search for the index within like a buff array or something. Chaotic though. I will admit, this is where I think gas is always good. It's good because it kind of like already bases some of this stuff. I imagine some of this stuff is already kind of like handled. Every time you apply a need effect, you recalculate the current value. Gotcha. So every time a movement speed buff or whatever is applied, we just change. It would basically recalculate. Post attribute change, constant f gameplay attribute float old value, float new value. He sees the vision a little bit. I'm seeing it a little bit. The old value, new value is a little bit confusing. Old value is your base value, new value is the new value. So base value is always like what your just base movement speed is. But let's say you had like, I don't know, 2 buffs that give you movement speed. How do you do that then? Does old value take from the value of the first buff when you get to the second buff? That's what I'm curious about. I think I need to see this in action to see like how I could end up doing it. Literally checking with a branch. Yeah, doing with a branch would be chaos. Like you could do that, right? You could check, hey, are we caffeinated? Okay, increase speed by 100. You know, you know, like we could do that, but it wouldn't be very good. Okay. Let me see a little bit more. This is where things get a little interesting. That being said, how many buffs and or debuffs are we going to have in the game that modify your movement speed? Could have an old value, modified value, new value. The modified value is the sum of all the buffs. Only be one variant, more if statements. I'm just trying to wrap my hand around well, okay, first challenge is, okay, in the GMC movement component, we have some sections in here that adjust your movement speed. I believe it's somewhere in here. So we could set max desired speed. So we would have to do, so we have a move speed multiplier where we do some stuff here. I don't remember how this gets modified. Oh, right. That's the move speed multiplier when you have an item. So this would be like items changing this value. Not the smartest way of doing things, but well, hey. I don't know why third person crouch movement set max desired speed is doing a bunch of shit here. Okay. Where is this actually starting from? Movement update set max desired speed, add stamina. If is upright, true, movement update. This is actually technically being overwritten by this. But isn't crouching slower? Weird. Oh, it only plays when you're upright. So if you're upright, then it plays this one. Otherwise, it plays this one. Okay, gotcha. It's interesting. So technically, in here, we don't need this to play at all because it technically does not play. Trying to picture how I would go about doing this. Modify values afloat, enum for add or multiply. Wrap those in a struct, put those structs into an array. Sort array so additions, multiplications overrides the for loop through that for the final loop. Yeah. It could just be that. My problem right now in my head, so I'm trying to like put down everything in my head right now. The player character has the status handler. How do we send that information to the movement component? Interface? Interface, I guess. It's a bit of a messy structure for sure. Bit of a messy structure for sure. Yeah, I'm starting to understand why attribute sets are a thing. It's all making sense now. It's all making sense. Breaking it down, it makes a lot of sense. So where would I want to do these calculations? Is it possible to run the change during the apply buff system? Literally just add it to the max speed and then on the wear off subtract. That way it just adds and removes per buff. The problem I think becomes like, I guess you can. I guess what you could do is just modify the default speed. Rather than modifying max desired speed, we just modify the value of the default speed. Could very much do that. That being said, I don't know if this default speed is I don't know what kind of variable type this is. So default, so okay, I'm trying to understand the old value, new value thing. So old value is always just the same value of default speed. No matter the attribute. Every attribute has old value. I'm still trying to wrap my head around if you have two speed buffs, how do they increment on top of each other? You're trying to rebuild gas instead of using gas? I'm okay with this because then I learn a lot. And then once I use gas, I'll have a lot of a better knowledge of stuff. Old value is from the onRep call. You have the old and the new after the attribute change. Old values from the onRep call. You have the old and the new after the attribute changed. Gas has an attribute struct with base and current. So base would always be the base value no matter what. It uses base to calculate your current. Gotcha. I think everybody has a love-hate relationship with gas. I really don't think anybody thinks it's not a perfect creation by any means. I also think I'm overthinking this. Because like, how many things are we going to really have? I think the problem is more so like how many things are we going to really have? Store the value stack thing in the component of things ask for the value of the gameplay tag or something. Yeah, I'm trying to think like, how do I make this in the stupidest, easiest way possible right now? How do we just say fuck it and we just go in? You have your base speed and you multiply that by whatever attribute you use as a percentage, at least for my case, use case, that's what I did. Yeah. I'm also trying to wrap my head around some monsters don't use the same movement speed system. So it needs to somehow read from a component that has... Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, yep. We're keeping it simple, stupid. Don't worry. We will. Let's just do this. Wait, let's just do this. It just means we're gonna have to recreate a lot of code depending on which, but like, that's not ideal, but you know, it's just gonna be the reality of it. The general movement component just needs to read from speed. That's exactly what I'm thinking, y'all. Like, the problem is if I do a multiply, adds is easy, but even then I have to be very careful that I don't cause like the movement speed value to be completely different. Thing. I'm thinking of something really stupid. I'm thinking of something dumb. Hold on. I'm trying to picture how I'm going to make this. I'm trying to... there's another problem, which is... I'd say coffee would just increase your movement speed for a period of time. Energy drink would increase your movement speed and make it so you don't use up stamina. So that's gonna be interesting, where we're gonna have to figure out how we do that too. So we have two different like values we want to modify: stamina usage and movement speed value. That's like gas handles that stuff. You're trying to order the pipeline of math. God damn. Oh. Okay. All right. Here we go. Come on. I have an idea. Okay. I'm thinking of something really dumb. I have an idea. It's really fucking stupid. All right. We're going to make a struct called modifier. The modifier will have a tag, and then it will have a string. The string will decide what kind of thing it should modify. Yeah. No? Yeah. Or we use a tag. So then that way we can have a modifier list on an actor that can modify different things. And then we just read through the thing and then modify the value whenever a new modifier is attached. And then every time new modifiers get attached, we just calculate the whole thing again. What does const override do? I don't know. It overrides, well, override overrides a existing function that's already on an actor. Const, I don't remember. I don't know. All right, let's do this. Let's do this in the stupidest way possible. Fuck it. We're in. We're in. Gameplay stat modifier. Okay, so first we have an F gameplay tag, which is a status tag. So then that way we can try to find the thing in the array and remove it when we don't need it anymore. Then we need a float, which will be value. Then we need you could always catch errors by making the character puke, fall over, and reset. Here's the vision. What ends up happening? I put that in. Steam discussion forum. For some reason with this new update, my character keeps falling over, puking, and then just like standing up randomly at periods of time. What's going on? Developer response. Yeah, whenever the code fucking breaks. I recommend using a strings because you can always convert a gameplay tag to a string, but the Versa will introduce more bugs, speaking from experience. I recommend using a string because you can always convert a gameplay tag to a string, but the Versa will introduce more bugs, speaking from experience. The thing is, when we do every actor that has the tag system will do their own things. So the string, can you do a switch on gameplay tag? Actually, no, let's not do that. We're not going to do a switch on gameplay tag. We're going to do listen, I know this might be stupid. You could do switch but not select. I think gameplay tag should be okay. I just have to read what the gameplay tag is. Let's just do this. I think I should be fine with a tag because technically I just need to check what is the tag type and then just modify any values from there. This is really stupid. I know this is dumb. It's the only way for my brain to wrap around right now, okay? And I think it should work in multiplayer. So we'll have a status tag, which is going to basically be the status that is causing this. Alternatively, this could be an actor reference because every status is an actor. It could just be an actor reference. And then if the actor becomes null, then that means that your buff is, that thing is no longer there. So that could be an additional layer of safety. Actually, yeah, that could be good. Is that stupid? Is that chaotic? What do you guys think? Is that chaotic evil? Is that chaotic chaos? Chaotic chaotic. Chaotic fucked in the head? Thoughts? Instead of using the status tag, we use a reference to the actual status actor, and if that status actor is null, that means that buff or debuff is no longer existing as a, it's a double checking, because our status system is all based on actors, right? Okay, it's stupid, but it's stupid, but it works. At least for now, until, I don't know, the server crashes or something, or the character falls over, pukes, and resets. Couldn't I just use a reference to the actor, and if that thing is deleted, then yeah, let's just do that. Yeah. Huh. So we so we okay, all right. Okay, all right. Now, do I care about multipliers? I don't know if I give a fuck about multipliers, man. Let's be real. Add it. But then that means I gotta make an enum for the fucking thing, man. Oh. Take a shot of vodka every time you're confused. I would get alcohol poisoning. Go from train rot to liver rot real quick. Hell yeah. Add, multiply, divide, subtract. Thoughts on using the status component instead of just the actor? So you can have multiple status components on an actor? Thoughts on using the status component instead of just the actor so you can have multiple status components on an actor? And multiple status components on an actor. So the thing that I like about the actors is that they can have like actual VFX as well attached to them. So when we simply attach an actor to a character, it's stupid. I know it's dumb, but it covers all bases in a very non-performant way. Add, subtract, multiply, divide. Do we need a division? Because multiply can just be division. Adding could also technically just be subtract because you just set it to a negative value. I don't know what you mean though, yeah. Using the status component instead of the actor. Yeah, I feel like we just need add and multiply because technically add could be negative. It's more performed than new object and then a separate visual actor, technically. Don't know if that's true because I think in a multiplayer scenario, the only thing that needs to be replicated is the U object, which is the ability or the effect. And then the only thing, and then after that, the only actor that needs to be replicated when needed would be the visual, which is a gameplay. Which one was it? Oh, override. That's true. Override. Yeah. Okay. Add, multiply, override. True. Good comms. Good comms. Add, multiply, override. Yeah, is it a gameplay queue? Is that the one? God, what a dumb fucking stupid. All right. Okay. If I put equals 0 in here, oh, E. Motherfucker, what? Why won't you work? Is it because this enum is below the code? There's no way. Right? Oh, it has to be declared above it? I thought that didn't matter, and see, it does. Oh, no. If you're using a component, then you just get its own actor that it's attached to and do stuff. Then if you wanted to have multiple stages of components on an actor, then you could do so. If you use a component, then you just get its own actor it's attached to and do stuff. If you wanted to have multiple stages of components on an actor, then you could do so. Yeah, because I don't know if we need multiple status components on an actor, though. Like, we're just gonna do what we have right now. I know it's stupid, but we're just gonna do it stupid. That's fine. It's fine. This will be a learning opportunity for us. If anything, we revert. If anything, we revert. You know what I mean? If stupid idea, but if the actor is null, then we know that this buff is no longer a thing. So you know what I mean? It's dumb, but it might just work. You know, it's fucking stupid, but it might just work. Okay, question though. With this current system, because we made it so buffs and debuffs, only one can be added, that technically means if you drink 2 coffees one after another, you're only resetting the duration of the coffee. You're not multiplying the coffee. So that kind of sucks. Although you do need to do T object pointer and not actor. Oh shit, I forgot about that. That's the new way of doing a pointer, huh? They don't be doing them little star asterisk type shit anymore. Learning why something is a bad idea is still learning sometimes? Yeah, sometimes I just kind of have to do it, you know? Sometimes I just have to do it. Fuck around and find out, you know what I mean? Hell yeah. Anyways, let's try it out. Let's try. So, gameplay stat modifier. Okay. Would the actor have the gameplay stat modifier on themselves? Or would we put the gameplay stat modifier on the handler? Or would it be in both? Guess as you can figure that at the effect level, you can set what it to do in case of an effect being applied again, for example. We should probably do that in here too, to be honest. Because right now we consider every effect as just a resetter kind of thing. And I think we do that in here. Does status exist? Right here. We just reset its lifespan. But I think it should probably do this on a ability to ability basis. I know this is chaos, but and I could see some latency issues coming up in here at some point. Did I define the duration somewhere? Oh, I did that by just we do that by just using its lifespan. Yeah, we're doing things real dumb. We're doing things real dumb. We might... God, that would suck, but we might need a data asset to handle some of this shit. Starting simple is better. That's what I've been thinking. I feel like honestly, we could use gas. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like I'm gonna get lost so quickly, and then like the game's not gonna like progress towards the playtest, which is I just kind of want to start playtesting to see if things are fun. I just want to see if it's like, I think some of this stuff is going to be fun. I don't think we need a crazy amount of stuff. We just need caffeinated, which increases your movement speed, and that's it. Yeah, exactly, y'all. So the handler basically just allows us to add statuses to an actor. So if an item has the status handler, then it can like have stuff added to it, for example. And then the statuses themselves are just actors, replicated actors. Yeah. So in the perspective of the fire, it'll deal damage to the owner. But remember, our health is client side. Why? Because I'm stupid. Because I'm dumb. Statuses, huh? Statuses, whatever, man. Whatever, man. Jeez. Everyone's a critic. Okay. So then my next question is stati. Next question is where do we handle all of our gameplay stat modifiers? Do we put them on the actor? Do we put them on in the handler component? I guess we can put them on the handler component and then just do an event dispatcher whenever any sort of modifiers are added. And then the things can just assign itself to that. You said earlier that you weren't sure about the core gameplay. Do you have a rough idea? I think at its core, it's still the idea of maintaining the train and staying alive, right? Maintain the train, stay alive. So staying alive, a lot of that comes into play of maintaining like the buffs and debuffs that might come in if we end up putting that in the game. Staying away from monsters as much as possible, surviving from the monsters. And then maintaining the train is picking up items throughout the train, feeding it to the engine, repairing parts of the train, stuff like that. I think right now it's just about how do we tweak those things to really like, you know, make it all feel together, right? I think we're slowly getting there. I just don't feel like we're there yet. Like it's not fun yet. It's not where I want it to be yet. But I think we're getting there. Okay. Okay. It's so ridiculous because I know this is like one of the stupidest fucking things ever, but if it works, it works. The handler has an array of the modifiers. We could call these current modifiers. Gaz is using UObject for the gameplay effect. I know. It was something I was thinking about as like doing objects, but then I was like, let's do this in the stupidest way possible by using actors, because then we could just have everything in one thing. Instead of having a gameplay effect object, and then a gameplay cue, and then a gameplay, you know what I mean? Like gameplay ability. And then instead I'm like, all right, fuck it. What if we just, I know it's more expensive. But it makes it so much easier for me to wrap my head around it, and then just to at least get this, like, get it in, right? Because then then the actor, like, it's overkill, especially in the context of just a gameplay effect that just modifies your movement speed and technically doesn't have any sort of visuals attached to it. But alas, like, we could make the buff system a different thing, just still within the component. Like, it technically doesn't need to be an actor. It technically doesn't need to be an actor. Like, thinking about it, it technically doesn't need to be. When you drink a drink, we just add a modifier, and then we add a timestamp to it, and then that timestamp defines when it ends. You know, we could do that. Oh, shit. Replicated owner only. And then in here we got our shit. Status actor. Modifier tag. Value add multiply override. Noi. I haven't been able to watch any streams the past few months. Can you briefly explain what you've added? Last time I was here, you were blocking out the shop area. Sure. Let's break this up. We've been in thinking mode for the past like hour. We've added a bunch of shit. So for the playtest, we added a whole little starting area, little tutorial kind of area kind of thing, so that playtesters can get in and kind of, you know, understand some of the current controls and stuff, voice chat, blah, 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 blah. Bunch of random fluffy text just to kind of get people situated. A bunch of orange paint. Visuals are a big thing. A lot of new items as well, like a crown, which was just added today. The entire quota system is kind of different now. So you go from station to station, and you just have to reach the quota by the end of the third station or third route. We have a tablet, so now you can kind of directly see where like broken shit is happening on the train. We have a bunch of new UI. Let's see, station, since the station was added. We have a bunch of new cars. The trains are also much wider now. So we got a bunch of that going on here. I don't know if the library was in at the time. We have a bunch of new cars, though. We can choose to dock at the station whenever, at least after 2 minutes of being in the route. After a period of time, the button will activate. And then I can show you what the station looks like now as well. Is the game mainly client or server authoritative? There's a lot of client authoritative stuff, but admittedly, I'm learning client authoritative does not equal easier to program. I thought it would be. It's not. It's not. It doesn't make it that much easier. Just means things on the client are maybe a little bit more instantaneous, but still kind of shit. Anyways, yeah, so this is the shop area now, the station. Station 0. We got a guy here. He buys stuff. We got a guy here. He sells stuff, so we can buy a beach ball. Now we got a beach ball. It's big. Bunch of other shit. Item randomly spawns. There's some items that can randomly spawn in the stations. You have a chance of getting more items. It didn't spawn. Maybe there's one in the dumpster. Dumpster. Nope, unlucky. Yeah, bunch of stuff. What else did we add in, chat? I literally don't remember. Is that a blend shape on the pipe? So there is a spline, and then we set a location on the spline, and it modifies a material parameter collection value, and then that is sent to a sphere mask, and then it affects the shader, which then gives it that kind of thing that makes it look like it's moving along. And then the sound effect just changes based off of where it is in the spline. So there's a little thing there. Oh, and then moon phases. So the moon phase it'll dictate what kind of monsters spawn in, how aggro they are, and also how much skylight is there. So, yeah. Lots of shit. Lots of random little stuff. Leaning is getting in, but it's not very I'm not very happy with where it's at just yet, so at a future date we'll change that. Please don't let the moon phase be related to a zodiac sign or whatever. I don't know. Right now it's just this is the I don't even know what this is. This was just to fuck around, but this is the Cookie Monster. The Cookie Monster moon. Cookie Monster. Anyways, yeah. That's most of the game right now. You can blow up the train. We added this yesterday, which was doing the whole, like, alarm phase thing. Because if you affect the speed, for example, with your status effect, that can cause issues with the client-side prediction as an FYI. Yeah, exactly. So, in theory, the server would spawn the movement speed modifier, but the only time the client would actually start the movement speed is when they receive the actor. So there might be a slight delay on stuff. So we might make a predicted version of the buff on client side. Or we'll figure it out. I don't fucking know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out what we end up doing. But yeah, the train can blow up. The alarms go off. And then this basically means that the run will end. So we have a bunch of stuff in. Bunch of stuff. And then basically the server restarts. And that's it. 2 ways that the players can fail currently. It's they end up stranded, which basically means you're like in a tunnel, and there'll be like a randomly generated dungeon kind of thing, so you can quickly try to get more items. If you don't end up feeding the engine before that ends, then you fail as well. So there's 2 fail states technically. And then, of course, there will be more fail states, such as, like, the nuclear bomb car. If you don't handle the nuclear bomb car, then the entire train explodes. And that'll be a different type of explosion. That'll be a different kind of explosion. Yeah. I think it'd be cool to have more types of cars like that too. There should be a car that like starts spawning like crazy monsters. Like a crazy specific monster. That like starts chasing everybody. So there's a chance of like finishing the task and then all of those monsters disappear. That could be kind of cool. Anyways, back to this fuckery. The modifier system. I'm starting to think the modifier system doesn't necessarily need to be attached to an actor. Although, in some scenarios, I feel like it would be good for it to be attached to an actor. Hmm. All right, this is gonna be interesting to figure out. This is gonna be very interesting to figure out. Because in theory, when you drink the coffee, it's going to create an actor. The actor has to be spawned on the server, so there will be a slight delay. That being said, we could do a little bit of client fuckery prediction thing where maybe it's like we ramp up the client to experiencing what's going to happen. Like that could be one way of going about it. Even though the speed modifier is client side anyways. Yup. Yeah. Yeah. How about a monster who just wants to be your friend and hugs you, causing no damage but slows you down a lot, and explodes like a nuke if you harm it? What the hell? Gas, for example, does affect prediction on an application, but not removal. Interesting. Yeah, it is a bit weird that we're doing the modifier system and the status system on server, but then the client, it's a bit weird. We're gonna have to figure out how we end up doing that stuff. Come on, let's just do caffeinated. Status. We're gonna rename this status modifier. Caffeinated. I think I spelled that right. Caffeinated. Status modifier, caffeinated. It's dumb, but it's gonna work. Status tag status. This will be a buff.caffeinated. Maybe status modifier should have a base. Oh, we're going into the maybe it should have a. We should have base status actor, then base status modifier actor, and then we can have this be derived from the status modifier actor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Yes. Oh yeah. We're getting really into it. Yeah, inheritance. Yes. Oh yeah. Getting real good. Okay, so then in the base status modifier actor, we could. Oh shit. Wait, no, what? Oh, did I duplicate it rather than. Oh, whoops. And then this one should be fine now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoops, I forgot I duplicated it rather than make a child of. So this is derived from base status actor. Then this is status modifier actor. Okay, we're good. We're good. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. This is not good. Listen, sometimes you just gotta do it and then learn from it. You know, that's okay, right? Right, guys? Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's fine. You might disagree with it, but you disagree with it because you probably already tackled this problem, right? I want to tackle it myself. Listen, here's a good what's the word I'm looking for? Like a comparison to another situation. It's like, how are you going to know the pain of tackling a motherfucker in American football? An analogy. How are you going to know the pain of tackling someone in American football until you do it yourself? You know what I mean? Anyways, moving on. It hurts. Yeah. But I don't know how much it hurts because you're telling me it hurts. So I got to see how much it hurts. I hurt doing it myself. A lot? Yeah, anyways, whatever. All right, base modifier actor. So now... I feel like it would make more sense that we don't have to... Oh, right. It does this to determine if you have a modifier on there. Ah, fuck it. It will also add to the statuses. Kind of stupid, but whatever. I guess we could save a reference to the... whatever. Fuck it, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. What's the worst that could happen? So this will then look for the current modifier if this thing was removed. However, remove shouldn't be called as remove. We'll probably want to do an event dispatcher from this afterwards, but that's fine. We'll figure that out. Okay, so then. Okay, caffeinated. Caffeinated, right. Caffeinated. Okay, right, caffeinated. Right, it's matching itself to the status actor. My brain just did that without thinking, and it was correct. But I was like looking back at it, and I was like, how does it determine? Oh, right, that's how it determines that this is the correct status, is by checking for the status. This is so shit. Oh, I love it. Okay. This is actual slop code, and I'm not even using AI. I'm just using my brain because I'm fucking slopped out of the mind. Slopped out of my mind. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. This is insanity. Okay. uh I mean, AI had to learn the slop from somewhere. I can take credit. Okay, so where are we at right now? I'm a little bit lost. We have the modifier that removes itself when the actor is destroyed. So that would remove its status. Then we need some sort of event dispatcher to call a modified value. And then we would just feed whatever modifier is currently there. So we'll say modifier is modified. Status modifier is modified. Oh shit. Oh my god. Actually no. No. We're gonna do that on the handler. The handler, we want to handle this on the handler. So we're gonna do remove modifier. Yeah. Okay. Gaz makes use of a ton of dispatchers. I'm gonna be using a ton of it here. Because the character will basically read from the status handler to say, hey, something modified, and then the character can modify the movement component. Because I don't think we could assign the event directly in the movement component, but yeah, we'll do that there instead. You probably need that for UI as well. Yeah, definitely. So I think the character would read from it and then interact with a controller or whatever. We'll figure it out. This last 2 hours must be what Alzheimer's feels like. Hey, it's not that bad. Listen, I'm just thinking through everything. I'm thinking out loud. Come on. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just thinking out loud, you know? So we do the thing, we remove the modifier. Once we remove the modifier, we can technically close the function. All good. And then from here, we can call the event dispatcher, which is status modifier modified, or status modifier changed. And then from there, we'll just spit out the array, like the current. We'll spit out the current modifiers. So then that way it'll just recalculate all the things from the thing. It'll, yeah, from anywhere that requires it. Stat modifier. Is that stupid? I don't know. What is that saying? No value be returned by reference parameter current modifiers. No value will be returned by reference parameter. Wait, why not? No value will be returned by reference parameter current modifiers. No value will be returned by reference parameter current modifiers. Why not? When passing by a reference, a parameter can be specified as const, not writable. Technically, it doesn't need to be writable. So it would be passed by copy in this case, I guess. Yeah. And then now I can call status modifier changed on the actor. And then from here, we can do the crazy shit. Yes. Yeah. Okay, we're going to find out how this is going to work. So basically, every time your modifiers change, which isn't going to be very often, we will recalculate everything that it modifies, such as your stamina, or in this case, your movement speed. Could also do this for health. True. That's true. We could. We do it a bit differently right now, but we definitely could. That being said, those only happen one time, so that would be a good status for something that heals you over time, though. That could definitely be a good thing for something that heals you over time. See, the thing is, Flick, technically, these don't need to be actors. Some of these definitely don't need to be actors if they don't have a visual associated with them. They technically could just be in this array. And then what we'd have to do, I guess, is specify a cooldown or something. We'd have to specify when the modifier should basically remove itself. Which, I guess, funny enough, in the case of Gaz, I'm pretty sure it would still be an object that spawns itself and then removes itself. But in our case, I guess we could do like a it could just be a timestamp of when it should remove itself. And then as long as we're checking this when things should remove, it's stupid. Whatever. Anyways, this is all dumb. This is shit and dumb and disgusting. Gaz uses another cool effect for cooldown attached to an effect. I know. That's why I fucking... Oh God, Gaz was so annoying doing that shit from one of my projects. Trying to learn it. Finding out that you had to create an entirely new object just to be a float value that defined its cooldown baffled me. And the fact that you have to create a new effect for every single cooldown... I did see someone online was able to create one object that could like, you can modify the values and then each object has its own cooldown. But the boilerplate code for that looked a bit horrendous to do. You know, pretty shit. Attributes are the biggest problem I have with gas currently, where it has to be declared in C++. Yeah. I did see a... Oh, this is not what I wanted. Modifier, status modifier. So this was a gameplay tag. This is a float. And this is a E value modifier type. Okay, caffeinated value modifier type. So this will be a new modifier. Actually, no, status. It could actually go under status.modifier.speed. Max speed. So this will modify the speed. The value will be 100 adding. Rolling our own more complicated solution for cooldowns of stuff on top of gas that doesn't use any default cooldown stuff. Biggest misconception I remember explaining to people is that you don't need to call the commit function for abilities. It's entirely based on how you use gas because of all of it. All it does is apply the cooldown GE. Another one. I see. I guess you could make like a simpler version. But yeah, it is really annoying. I think the thing that I think I'd have to just come to terms with gas is you're going to be making a lot of objects. You're making a lot of objects for like a lot of different things going on. And I think that's what's kind of annoying is like, that's why I would rather just have a fucking actor that handles everything. I know it's stupid and it's probably not very optimized. But. Okay, so now the status handler will have an add status modifier. This is going to then have an input, which is the modifier, which is going to be a gameplay status stat modifier. And if I remember correctly, this should be actor, modifier tag, modifier value. Gotcha. Okay. We will add the modifier, then we will call status modifier changed, and we will just feed it the modifiers, and then we'll return node. Okay, all right, okay. Currently, we're still running into the issue where you can only have one of each modifier. So I guess for safety, we should add unique. Technically, it will add unique because every actor will be slightly different. I think we should be fine, actually, because this won't recall itself. Okay. All right. Status actor, self, modifier tag, value, modifier type. Okay. This is messy. And I'm not talking the soccer player. Okay. This might be good that we also turn this into a function, by the way. I'm looking at it now. Because what if we need to... whatever. Whatever. Okay. We're going to have to create a new thing for this called add modifier to actor. Wait, no, we don't. We just add the status and then adds it to us. Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. So this will modify the speed. Okay. Now... All right. Okay. They were real creative with these invention names. Fishing rod o-matic. Hell yeah. It's my kind of name. Effects are not replicated outside of the owner anymore. When I needed to be able to know the stacks, etc., applied to the target, for example. Like, the more I hear about Gaz, the more I'm like, you know, it's got some really cool elements, but also, God, I'd rather fuck myself. I know it has a lot of great stuff, but it sounds like constantly, and with my own experience of it, albeit minimal, it just sounds like you're constantly just kind of fighting with the damn thing. It's like you're in a sparring match, and it's just who gives out first, Gaz or you. When you give out, it just means, okay, I'm just going to conform to whatever fucking standards are in this stupid ass plugin. And then when it gets defeated, it just, you know, you somehow worked around it with your own thing. But then you're going to end up being tired anyways later and then end up... Yeah, exactly. When you want to do something outside of the box, which I feel like over my last... 10 plus years of using this engine, there's always a moment where you're going to want to use something outside of its box. It's inevitable in every form. It's inevitable that you're going to want to use something outside of the bounds of it at some point or another. And God, when it happens, it fucking sucks. The amount of work needed to just get outside of its bound. Oh, wow, it sucks. Okay, so we are adding caffeinated. So let's make it so we can drink caffeine now. For Teams, it's fantastic. I'm sure for Teams, it's great. I just, I don't have multiple people messing with the code at once. Okay. Let's duplicate the bandage. Coffee cup. We're going to keep the same names because I'm noticing some timers with names and I don't want to fuck with that. Okay, coffee cup. Let's go ahead and go to the data table for the coffee cup and assign it the correct new actor. And then in coffee cup, we don't care about healing targets. So we're going to remove the secondary button press. Text poop. Oh. We just care about the primary buttons. Healing target is self. Okay, that's fine. Okay, then in healing progress, we don't care about other target. We just care about this one. So instead of adding health, we would add a status. Actor being this, and status would be caffeinated. Actually, caffeinated. Actually, no, that should be. Whoa! So at least the bare minimum should be in now. It's gone. We've added modifier caffeinated. It should last 8 seconds because I didn't change the lifespan. And modifier removed. I don't think I added a print string for removed. I think I didn't do that. I think the actor being this might remove this might be null because the thing is removed. Let's see though. Caffeinated. Well, at least see removed. It's probably gonna be null. Oh, hey, actually he's still there. Interesting. Okay, so next up, additionally, let's see if I can easily change the duration. Healing duration, 3 seconds. Shit, can I actually adjust that very quickly? I don't know if I can. Let's say it takes 1.5 seconds to drink the coffee. Will the radial slider adjust properly? Yeah, good job, me. Damn, I didn't know. Okay. But the real question. So the client is adding their own modifier. And then the server is adding it. I think that might be okay, because the client sets their own local version of it. Obviously, cheating is possible. And then the server overrides it with the current version. So that might be okay. Might be okay. What are we going to do to the player that we have a buff? We'll probably do some on-screen effects or something. We'll see. I don't know yet. We don't even have an on-screen effect for when you're on fire. So once we figure that out, then we can pass that over to being caffeinated as well. No ideas there. Increase FOV by 1,000,000. 1,000,000 gajillion. Dude, epic rotate Manny to face forward. Y equals forward in the skeleton. Y equals forward. Y? I don't know. Y plus equals forward. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Epic Games, probably. I loved when I figured that one out. I was like, why? 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 Why plus? Why? Why? Who did that? Why did they have to do that? Because now whenever you have to do any code determining if you are forward, you have to actually use get right vector, not get forward vector. I'm learning mass at the moment from work, and I started playing and totally forgot that the meshes rotated 90 degrees. They could have fixed it for UE5. Well, no, and guess what? Are they going to fix it for UE6? Probably not. Go fuck yourself. Instead, they're going to make it so everything is forward, left, up, forward, left, forward, right, up. Okay, hear me out. So for the skeleton, so it's not going to be Y plus, it's going to be to the right. And so forward for the mesh is actually to the right. It's right plus. It's not left, it's right. Because left is negative, and then right. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Okay, so then what do we modify for the speed? So we want to take the base value and multiply it. Okay. What if we create... Tim already apologized for this once. He said he was young and made bad decisions. Was that pre-UE5 or post-UE5? Because I thought he said he made a mistake on Z being up, not Manny being rotated 90 degrees. Which, by the way, who gives a fuck? Just Z is up. Whatever, man. Deal with it. It's not that hard. You know what's worse? All of this software having different camera controls. You know, Tea Leaf? I love the little the icon next to your name. It's very fitting for your name. the little plant. It's the level 1 bloom badge. Can you, is it technically like, I know the blooming thing, it levels up, but can you technically revert to like old versions of the bloom thing if you wanted to? Like, could you keep the little tiny leaf? I don't think so. Oh, damn. Because I think with sub badges you can. I think with sub badges you can keep an older version. The person that did it had done it by accident and had a ticket to fix it and never happened. They could have fixed it in UE 4.6. They could have fixed it in an older version. I think it was just there was too many people adopting the engine at that point in time. But like I think everybody would agree at this point. Bro, just do it in UE6. Whatever. If you got to fix code, fix code. But just do it in UE6, please. Maybe they didn't expect so many people to use the default skeleton. But then every marketplace asset then got fucking screwed over. Because everything had to be UE skeleton standard. But now if they do it, dude, they could have done it with UE5 because they added a bunch of bones to the UE5 skeleton. They could have easily made it forward. Oh! Because they changed the standards to be like, you have to have a UE5 skeleton thing now. Oh my god. It's like they just accepted the enshittification. They're like, whatever. Skeleton equals Y plus forward. The Y, it's Y forward. They're just like, whatever, deal with it. Anyways. Okay, so I'm trying to think here. How are we going to modify the speed? The speed. So here's my dumb idea. All right, here's my dumb idea. Trying to think. Hold on. I'm trying to think of like what kind of value should it change. First off, we need to go in the GMC movement component, and we just go straight to the root, which would be TP movement, which stands for toilet paper, because this is shit. And then we just modify this with a modifier, not a multiplier, a modifier. So we have a default speed. The default speed can stay as that. I think you might like this. In 5.8, they finally added the ability to set usage flag in material instances. Usage flag in material instances? For like what? Trying to think of like when... like for a material? Okay, so I think we should have a default modified speed. The default speed stays as our base speed. And then, yeah. So if you're going to allow a material to be usable with spline or skeleton mesh, the usage flag for it has to be enabled in the material. They finally allowed material instances to override their parent flags, their parent materials flags. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I think I might have had something like weird happen there. Yeah, that could be good. I'm only worried about like, I don't want to upgrade to U5.8 because I feel like I haven't had any engine issues necessarily. A couple here and there, but I think they're just editor issues with 5.6. So I feel like I don't necessarily need to upgrade to 5.8. What would 5.8 bring you? That's the thing. What is in 5.8? I don't really care about the rendering features. I feel like it's just not necessary for this project, I think. I just don't think it's necessary. So instead of default speed, I think default speed stays exactly as the number. We don't change that. I think we would have a modified speed. Brother, am I overworking? Brother, I'm just working. Brother, I'm just working. I just be working. Know what I mean? Where's the begin play in this fucker? It's not here, huh? Begone play. So not often I see you on the same time as the bald man. Listen, man. The only way to make $1 gajillion is if I work. And I'm not very good at that. What the? I'm not a very good worker. So we need to use modified speed for everything. Basically, the idea of modified speed is we go here, set modified speed to the default speed. I don't know if this is the right way to do this, guys. It's just the way I'm thinking about it right now, okay? We reset all of the variables. We reset the variable of modified speed, and then we calculate what the modified speed would be based off of the modifiers. Okay? All right. Okay. So. Is this smart? I don't know. Is this the right way to do this? I don't know. We'll just do it anyways. Also, I just realized something extremely important. What happens if something has an override? Technically, override would have to be at the bottom of the array, wouldn't it? Didn't think of that. I don't know how we're going to do that one. Don't know how we're going to do that one. That's going to be interesting. Not sure how we're going to do that. Not sure. Yeah, anyways. Plus modified speed, which is the value. We'll figure out the override one in the future. A problem for future Crim, not me. I'm current Crim. Future Crim could be me in 5 minutes, who knows. Then in here we set the modified speed to this plus this. However, if we need to multiply, then we take this, we multiply the this is going to get really messy. We modified this and then do that. And then override, well, let's just say override isn't being used right now. So it'll add modified speed. Okay, so now technically this should work. I just have to put it in the other things. So modified default speed gets used in some of the other movement components, and I believe that is the crouch prone. We'll use it here. So instead of default speed, we want modified speed. Oh, crouched walk speed. I guess this only modifies your movement speed when you're upright. Okay, how the hell? Okay. How the hell am I gonna... fuck it, whatever. Let's just see if it works. All right, coffee cup. So this is our regular movement speed, then we drink the coffee cup. I think it works. I think. Let's make it so caffeinated gives you even more speed. 500. Let's go crazy with it. I think it did work. It did look... Oh, yeah. Whoa! Whoa! Modified crouch and prone. Oh, God. Oh, goodness. All right. Looks like it works. Looks like it works. For now. Does it work on the client, though? And how laggy is it? Yeah, it works. The stupidest buff debuff system ever. Can you not make a function that just multiplies your current velocity? Yes, if that's just a multiplier. We could do something stupid where we're like modifier add speed and then modifier multiply speed, and then we just constantly do that in the calculation right here. But we're not going that stupid with it. We'll just say crouching is the same speed. Although that's kind of ass. That's kind of shit in speed. Ah, shit. All right, well, whatever. It's in. It's in. Coffee cup item interaction. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We green check mark. We haven't green check marked anything in a really fucking long time, man. Actually, that's not true. I did that one recently. But on the stream. Okay, we still have 21 things on the to-do list. Good. To do or in progress will be the energy drink item interaction in the future. Tomorrow, maybe. Or maybe off stream. I don't know. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm hungry. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good 5-hour stream-ish. 5 hours, sort of. 10 minutes to 5 hours. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by. Good stream? Question mark? I think. Not sure. Yeah. 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 I'm gonna go eat. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy your day. Okay. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.